Step 1, get murdered in XCOM. Step 2, get murdered in FTL. Step 3, get murdered in XCOM again. Step 4, Step 5, profit.
What's up, everybody? It is too hot for me to worry about messing with my hair too much today, so I hope you'll all forgive me. The moment I sit down, there's someone knocking at the door. Give me just a second, I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Oof, it is hot today. I don't think it's much hotter outside than it was yesterday, but man, does it feel it. Well, I guess it is a bit hotter. Only a bit, though. Good to see you all. Let me load this in. Donkasy, Cursed, what's up? Hey, Matthias, hello from Texas to Germany. Cursed Orange, hello. Jat, what's going on? MJ Hawk, what is up? Bizarre. Voldaris. Bjorn, Sankey. Coviers! While we were getting ready, Tier 2, 37 months. That is absolutely awesome. Over 3 years means the world to me. Thank you so much. Glad to have you here. Welcome back to the Echo. Oh my god, I am just sweating like crazy. Step 1, get murdered in XCOM. Step 2, get murdered in FTL. Step 3, get murdered in XCOM again. Step 4, question mark. Step 5, profit? Yes indeed. Dov, hello. Good to see you as well. Alright, just had to catch up on all the chat. What's up, Saline? No, I just didn't comb it, Saline. I didn't cut it. I'm sweating so much, I didn't feel like fighting with trying to comb it and keep it up, so you guys just get to see me with my hair all freshly cleaned but not combed properly. You can see how bald I'm going, basically. Oh my goodness. Morning! It's only morning for you where you live, weirdo. It's the middle of the evening for me. Or early evening, I guess, depending on your delineation of that. So, we've got a fleet doing something, most likely base building, not infiltration, which means we can't do a whole lot about it. I think there's a battleship on the ground, but I don't think we're going to be able to do it. It's going to be tough. But we took out a supply ship. We didn't lose any soldiers on the supply ship. No. We lost Coviers and Bluegrass were our first 2 named losses. Bluegrass got clipped by a floater who was shooting at a drone from a ridiculous angle. There's no way they should have been hit, but, you know. That's how it goes. So. But yeah. We're doing okay. We just have to keep it going. I saw you guys discussing, you know, what could lead to a loss. Don't ever fool yourselves. These campaigns are always losable. Say the aliens attack our primary base and somehow get a blaster launcher shot off and destroy a key facility or kill enough soldiers. Say we lose the primary base. We lose all our scientists. We lose all our engineers. We lose all of the material we have stored. There are definitely ways that the campaign can still be lost. Is it likely? No. And the challenge with hard mode is getting a start going is super difficult and a little RNG dependent. Once you get a run going, you have to stay extremely consistent against very dangerous enemies for a very long stretch of time. So it's a test of endurance and consistency. The challenge is still there, but the player gets is able to catch up some with the aliens over the course of advancements in technology within the game. The aliens usually stay a step ahead in stats, just because, you know, once you get to Mutant Elites and Mutant Elite Guard and Ethereals, obviously, they're quite powerful enemies. But they always outnumber you, generally speaking, and in large missions, at least. Obviously not small UFOs, but they're always going to outnumber you on larger missions and bases. They're always going to pose a threat, and you have to stay consistent. So I would say that's the biggest challenge of hard mode, is being consistent over many, many hours. Because if you get complacent and you get lazy, you get double blaster bombed and lose your primary crew. And if you're not set up well enough, that could be a campaign loss, or such a big setback that it spirals into a loss. It's very unlikely that... So maybe it's better to say that the campaign is still losable, but unlike at the beginning of the campaign, where one instance would be, okay, campaign over, it's more likely to be a slow death. Something happens that's a major setback, we attempt to recover, and then another setback happens, and it's a compounding effect from this point. So it's unlikely we lose because of one singular event from this point forward, but the campaign is not guaranteed. That's why I said it's on me from this point forward. It's no longer on just the game or the RNG. Now I have to be consistent. I have to be stable and steady to stop something from like that to happen. So, yeah. And my allergies are still beating the hell out of me. I'm sweating like crazy because it's like 104 degrees outside in freedom units. But we're going to have some fun killing some aliens, so let's do it. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever time it is for you, wherever you are. Ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, thanks for being here. I'm The Voice, and this is The Echo, where everybody has a voice. And that means me, you, our games, our characters, our stories, our heroes and villains, successes and failures, the ups, the downs, the good, the bad, the wins, and the losses, and all things sci-fi and fantasy, particularly and especially gaming. This is a place where we come together to enjoy those things alongside challenging gameplay in a chill environment as part of an awesome community of amazing people. That's each and every one of you, whether it's your first time here, whether you're a long-time regular, whether you're a lurker or a chatter, whether you recently returned to the stream, stumbled in by accident, got here through a raid one day, found us on YouTube, or are tuning in on the YouTube side. The time you choose to spend here is awesome and amazing and extremely valuable to me, so thank you very much for that. Excuse me, and thank you for all the ways you guys choose to support the stream, the channel, the community, and me, and give me the continued opportunity to create this space, curate this experience, and share some good times, good vibes, and good games with a great group of awesome people. Today we are continuing Classic XCOM UFO Defense Hard Mode Expansion mod, our third campaign. We've got a run going. We're in mid-April, I think. And the aliens are gonna be trying to put a base up. So, Machiavelli, we're not done with Long War. I'll never be done with Long War. I just can only play so many things at a time. It's very likely that Long War will come back onto the schedule towards the end of this year. And the reason I say end of this year is after this run is over, maybe this run will even still be going, we'll be doing Operation Echo, and that will most likely include a Darkest Dungeon run, and then after that, we'll most likely go back into Long War. So, I love Long War. It's probably one of, if not my favorite, XCOM experiences out there, but there's just only one of me and only so many days in the week when I'm able to sit in front of you awesome people and entertain you. So, gotta do what I can do. Alright. Alright, so that's a battleship. That's another supply ship. We shot down, I think this was an excavator? But this battleship isn't over a city, so it's not infiltration. We know they're not doing infiltration. They're likely just doing a base build. Because I don't think a battleship lands for anything that doesn't include building a base. Or assaulting XCOM, but that's not really landing. So... All right, let's see. Get those going. I'm working on a second crew. Like, I think the first 20 are ordered, and we'll probably do some filtering on these 20, but not heavily. And then I'll send a couple sergeants or a captain or something over to lead that crew. Okay, that may be true, Crazed, yeah. But also, this was supply ships and an excavator and a battleship, so it's almost certainly a base build of some kind. Oh, for sure you need multiple teams in this. Without question, you're going to need multiple squads. Usually I run 3. It takes time to get to that point. Okay. I can't get that in the day. And I only have 1 drone currently. Can't do the tanks because even if I take crew off, I think I don't have the ammo in. Yeah. Probably let the battleship go then. Not sure I want to do a supply ship at night either, but... Rearming. Should be a large scout. Maybe a medium scout. Where the hell are you going? See, that ship is almost certainly tied to this fleet, but because the freaking region mapping is so terrible, okay, the battleship's gone, because that was going full speed, so... I do not see a base, but it'll take a minute, possibly, for me to detect it. That's gonna land again. Hey, Hellraiser, good to see you, bud. Is there a remade version of the original emulated? So, that's a good question. This is the Steam version, but played through, and, well, technically not. It's called OpenXCOM Extended. So, OpenXCOM is a clone of the original code of the game. So, regular OpenXCOM is a clone of the original code of the game with modern refinements like better resolution and stuff. OpenXCOM Extended is written on its own code to mirror the original game, but is far more open source for modding. And we are playing a modded version of the original game made by Hellraiser, who just popped into our chat over here on the Twitch side. So we're playing the hard mode expansion mod, which is a mod made by Hellraiser, which stays very close to the vanilla game in its core feel and design philosophy, adds some things, but not so many things that it feels like a completely different game, which is what happens with a lot of the other mods, and is substantially harder than a regular version of the game. And that's why we play it. Should probably go after that at night, because it's... How long is it going to stay on the ground? All right. All right. Alloy shotgun shells, rifle. All right. Oh, hold on. Equipment. Tank. Hold on. Nope, that's not how I want it. That's how I want it. If we get this at night, that's probably okay. I'm gonna push it right to the edge. I'm gonna lose it probably now. Sweet, get it in the daylight. Need more grenades. Good. Okay. Well, there it is, and the doors will be facing us, so that's fun. Yep. We know he's gonna shoot there, but we take those. Scumbag counter is up. First scumbag counted. This copse of trees is pretty and all that, but you know, I feel like it's just gonna be in the way. Don't auto-fire that. Don't reaction fire, rather. Let's throw here. This grenade launcher is not going to have a good position to take. Like, maybe here, firing out to the rest of the map, but... I'm not running a sniper on this crew. I only have one sniper now. We had two, and Bluegrass died. Look, you don't even need to make terror missions have a better reward. There's just no reason for civilians to be worth that much negative score. That's all. Even on a hard mode. So we know someone came through this door. So you see how we can see some of the tiles inside? That indicates that we know an alien walked through that doorway. Yeah, free recruits aren't that good of a reward. Recruits aren't expensive. Scientists are moderately expensive. So, I talked about this a little bit. You may not have been here, but my problem with that is... So, we go out into the middle of nowhere. We're in a one-stoplight town in the middle of rural USA, and we save a civilian, and they happen to be a capable enough scientist to work with XCOM. You start getting into a point where it shifts too far from vanilla, and there's no logical reason for it. A random person... So we save a soldier on the map, right? We save a person on the map, and they are geared as a SWAT officer. So they have SWAT helmet, SWAT gear, and they're holding a shotgun. And then we're rewarded with a scientist. Like, you're gonna get a separation. Anytime you start moving too far from vanilla, you're gonna create these oddities. And if max stat rookies would be way too much. See, I said the trees were going to be in the way, and that's exactly what I meant. Yeah, trees are just all up in my business. If you're gonna make it soldiers, they need to just be normal soldiers. The separation comes from when you start making it scientists and engineers. For me, that's just my personal opinion. Yeah, it's not about getting the soldier. I don't care. The separation comes from finding random people on a mission who are trained combatants, trained soldiers, or trained scientists, or trained engineers who agree to, yeah, I'll join XCOM just because we stopped the aliens from killing them in a random incursion. Don't go too far from vanilla. I know I've been one of the proponents for terror missions not being worth doing, but that doesn't mean it should stray from the core too extensively. In my opinion. It's just my opinion. Not my mod. So. Bazaar, I live in proximity to, I would say within an hour of 20 different towns that have less than 1,000 people or around 1,000 people in them, and I guarantee you wouldn't find one capable scientist in any of those cities, because I've been to all of them. Right, but Hellraiser, how do you balance it? So we save a police officer or a soldier, but then we get a scientist. How does that track? Am I saying that a soldier can't be scientifically capable or gifted? No, but again, we start getting a big separation there. This smoke isn't actually dense, which means they'll be able to see through it pretty quickly. Very low chance. If you find a way that you enjoy implementing that for rescuing civilians turning into something for XCOM, that's awesome. I can still tell you, I will still be skipping terror missions after the early game. I still won't be doing them. That's not a big enough incentive for the annoyance and destruction that terror missions generally are. Just me personally. Everyone else can do whatever they want. I won't be doing them. Because the chance of saving a civilian is basically zero anyway, so it still doesn't make it worth it. Well, the other option, Donkasy, is that XCOM just doesn't respond to the terror mission in order to save its own soldiers. So consider this from a paramilitary or a military standpoint. Yeah, okay, Council, I can try and land there and maybe save a handful of people, but in the process, I'm going to lose expensive technology, highly trained soldiers, alien technology to save a few civilians. I'm sorry, Council, but that little town in the middle of nowhere doesn't mean anything to the greater war effort. So no, I don't think it's a stranger thing to suggest. I think XCOM's responsibility to random civilians is way overvalued. We're trying to win the war. It's about numbers, and they have more of them. If 25 or 30 random civilians die in a small town in the middle of nowhere, XCOM should not be punished so heavily for that. Yeah, that's bad design. I'll just put that out there. Because the player can just stop doing them. But it's not XCOM's interest, Donkasy, because I'm XCOM, and I'm not interested in them. So no, you're wrong on that too. There's gonna be one over here. There almost always is. How far back is the question? These hills aren't great. It doesn't make sense, because in the end, the politicians are going to care about winning the war. I'm not... If the council wants to win the war, they stop weighing the lives of random civilians that heavily. Look, I'm not saying this is applicable to real world, or should be, but we're fighting a war against an invading alien species. If they attack a one gas station town in the middle of rural Russia, who fucking cares when it comes to saving the entirety of the planet? Just let it go. Yeah, the council is in it explicitly for alien tech. That's why they buy everything we sell them. They care more about the tech than the people. By a lot. That would be, yeah. So Hellraiser, that's one I know we've talked about, at least in my stream a couple times, having abduction missions with actual, like, civilians present, either on the alien ship already abducted or present on the map, like a farmhouse or something. You know, it would make sense. It would give a little bit more tangible connection. Even if it didn't do anything for score, even if you didn't recruit them, even if nothing like that happened, it would just kind of give more of a realistic, you know, like, feel to the mission to have civilians present where the aliens are attempting to abduct civilians. Trollord, what's going on? And everybody else, if I didn't greet each of you as you came in, you know, it's a lot of people today, which is awesome. Thank you all for popping in. Hello, hello. Yeah, but even if it existed just as a way to, like, flesh out the feel of the missions, that would be, yeah, that would be pretty cool. Cursed, you're entirely correct. Most of the populace of the world is not aware of what's happening. It's not a conflict that's being broadcast on, you know, the news every night. The war against the aliens that XCOM is waging is a hidden war, a shadow war to try to save the planet. The aliens don't want the civilians to know, and the real militaries to know, that they're attempting to invade and take over, because then all of humanity would rise up and potentially rebel, and they would lose out. When they infiltrate a nation, it's their psionic units and infiltrators like Finman and so forth going in and tricking, you know, or making a deal with those people and saying, hey, we'll give you alien tech, or we'll give you preferential treatment, or whatever it may be. But they're not, it's not an openly broadcast conflict. XCOM isn't a unit that the whole world, you know, the average Joe walking down the sidewalk knows exists. They're completely unaware of them. This proxy didn't land anywhere good, but that happens. Yeah, timed missions are not a good idea. No one enjoys them in the new XCOM games at all. Don't do that. You're a mod, you do what you want, but you put a timed mission in this, I will stop playing it. I'm not joking. That's not what we're here for. No one wants to see that. Not a single person. right there, huh? Shows you how well the smoke worked. Should have put smoke over the tank. A little bit lazy. But he's alright. Did it with a snapshot. Very nice. Hit it with the snapshot. Come on and hit it with your snapshot. I need you a little bit further so that you... That is a nice shot. That is a nice boulder. I like that boulder. Told you there'd be one over here. Not enough time units. Okay. That door's way too close to us, but... I like that, Aveneer. That's awesome. I remember doing a creative writing project for one of my literature classes on XCOM. Or, like, doing basically a short story about an XCOM encounter. Which was heavily inspired by the intro to Terror Missions that is, or the intro to the Prima official strategy guide for XCOM UFO Defense, which gives, like, a short story-style intro to a terror mission, where the tank rolls off the lift and immediately gets blown up, and then a soldier gets shot, and then a soldier gets mind-controlled. It was a really cool little intro to that strategy guide. He didn't even move. Yeah, DD, that would be horrible. And completely out of place in the game. Literally, Jat and Crane said the exact same thing back to back. Yeah, pretty much. Well, it would also be impossible, Donkacy. I know you're probably joking, but it would, you know, once again be literally impossible, so. World of Terrifying Silence was basically a waste of time. The mod is not balanced at all around Superhuman, and on lower difficulties, it wasn't that entertaining. Hellraiser. I'm not familiar enough with modding in XCOM to know this. Is there a way to change the way the AI behaves for civilians? Because that's the number one thing civilians should do, is not run towards aliens and run towards XCOM. At mission spawn, all surviving or alive civilians who aren't armed move towards the landing craft. Just make that their goal. I don't know if it's possible, but they need to behave like they want to be rescued. Or make them try to hide. Yeah, give them like the sneaky AI that the aliens use if they don't already have it, and make them try to stay out of being seen. Well, that's why I was asking, Brimcon. I don't know enough about it, but... Well, given their dispersion across the map, Cursed, I don't think it would change that much. Negatively, at least. Yeah, one of the biggest things we ran into with World of Terrifying Silence was the enemy subs and bases would be defended, which is a cool concept. There would be interceptor craft that would intercept your craft and fight back. And craft you couldn't just run away from because they were faster than you. The problem was that on lower difficulties, you could shoot them down no problem. But their attack speed coefficient scaled improperly, so when you went up to superhuman difficulty, they fired on every single frame. So they would literally just instantly delete your craft. So there was no counterplay, nothing you could do about it. There was a couple things with World of Terrifying Silence that just made me decide to move on from it. There were a lot of things I was interested in seeing in it, because I would love to see a good mod for Terror from the Deep, but it just wasn't there. Yeah, they did more DPS than battleships as small craft. That'll play. World of Terrifying Silence also had some major issues with spawning. Like, you would land on a mission and literally every enemy is in the adjacent cell to where you land, and because of the early craft doesn't have you inside a craft, you're literally just standing out in the open surrounded by enemies, and it's like, oh, I guess we'll fucking die then. This tree, really? sort of land next to him. Here, this is for you. Hellraiser, I think if... Hey, Mom, what's up? Guys, Texas teachers in the chat. That's my mom. Hello, hello. Hellraiser, I think balance, if you design a mod for superhuman difficulty and then balance down, that's way easier and more practical in some ways than trying to balance up. Start with the hardest and then just strip away as necessary to make it easier. When you start at X level, usually they start in the middle at like veteran, and you try to balance up and down, you get massive dispersions in quality. Hey, and my grandmother says hi too. Hi, Grandmom. My mom is up visiting my grandmother, so they're getting to see each other. You guys say hi to Voice's mom and Voice's grandmom. They're both awesome. They're the best people in my life. I know, Gibbs. Yes, you're the best fur person in my life. You want to come say hi? Come on. Oh, there he is. Oh, there he is. Oh, there he is. Oh, that's the best doggo. Oh, he's the best doggo. Hi, buddy. Oh, your breath smells like corn chips. Oof. Oh, your breath smells like corn chips. You smell like Fritos and bean dip. You smell like Fritos and bean dip. Yes, you do. He's almost... Well, he's what, 10 years old now? He's an old man just like me. He's an old man just like me. I got a nice clean black shirt, so we got to get some golden hair all over it. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. He's the best dog. Oh, it's hot, and he's feeling it today. I've got the AC cranked, but it's still warm. All right. You can't get on my lap. You're not a lap dog. You weigh like 100 pounds, dude. You weigh like 100 pounds, dude. All right. Oh my goodness. I am covered in the doggo fur. His duck is around somewhere. It's right there in the hallway, actually. You got your duck? Gibbs, do you see your duck? He's not paying attention to me. He's like, that's all I had for you. All right. All right. 12 scumbags dead. Let's keep going. I don't know, Eon Rage. I can't weigh in on that. It's been so long since I've been involved in any trading card games or anything like that. Tough to give a good opinion. We're probably at 10 enemies left. Oh, how did he not shoot his... Got 2 there. Hell yeah. So we killed 2 over here. But this dude shot past his buddy and didn't kill his buddy, which is absurd. Good. Now, I want this tank to stay alive, so it dies. Of course, there's one over here that gets the shot off. That's fine. I guess the question is, what do you expect from difficulty in this game? See, that's the thing, Brimcon. I will freely admit this. My judgment on the difficulty balancing in a game like Classic XCOM is going to be extremely skewed. This is not being braggish, but I can play the vanilla game on Superhuman, Iron Man, and I will win 99 out of 100 campaigns. if they're just normal campaigns without like additional things added on to the challenge. So Superhuman, for me, it's just the standard difficulty at this point. I cannot fathom playing a game of classic XCOM on like beginner difficulty or even veteran. It just doesn't gel with my brain. So I'm not a great, I'll freely admit, I'm not the best person to ask. Once you've played hard mode, yeah, the vanilla game is like, are we trying or what's happening here? So that is definitely, okay, so we killed that guy and that guy. That's definitely skewed my perception of the difficulty, but Superhuman difficulty should be an extreme challenge, borderline impossible for a new player, certainly the first time they try it, but it shouldn't be a challenge that isn't able to be overcome with knowledge, execution, and proper tactics. When the challenge of Superhuman in like a modded version is such that the only way the player can get a victory is through lucky RNG on their side, that's where it becomes a problem, because it's no longer difficult by design, it's difficult just because, and they're very different things. So, one of the things I've enjoyed most about hard mode and why I've come back to it for a third playthrough is it's difficult, and almost always that difficulty is a product of good balance and design. Hellraiser has spent years, literally years, to get the balance right. It doesn't mean it always hits for my own perception of it, but it's a lot better than most other things I've seen when it comes to adding a challenge without making it just sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Now, having said that, the beginning of a campaign in hard mode does still feel pretty RNG influenced in a lot of ways. Not always. And a lot of that is also that I want to play on an Iron Man approach instead of just a normal approach. So, by that same token, though, if you just play in a normal approach, you'll literally never lose. How could you? How could you ever lose if you don't play Iron Man? Because you just reload anytime anything goes wrong. So. I don't want to destroy the tank chassis, but it's almost certain to happen at this point. So, we'll see. What I would like to do is get this grenade through the door. The problem is going to be the engine is in the way. Most likely. Got it? Okay, that actually works. Just inside the door. Yeah, see, I can't see that happening, Brimcon, and maybe it's just because I haven't seen it in a long time, but also, when you say that, that's a loss that's based on RNG, or you did really poorly in a bunch of missions, but if you're reloading, I don't see how you would. Yeah, and that shows, Hellraiser, and it's why I come back to it, and I appreciate it, because I can see that the time has been put in to attempt to achieve that balance. Balancing is difficult to do, so. That's kind of what I was wondering, Cursed. Oh, okay, you're talking about a modded version. That's completely different. I was talking about the vanilla game. If you're talking about a modded version, all of that goes, it's completely non-applicable. That's why I said specifically the vanilla game. Sankey? Nice! Yeah, modded versions, that all out the window. Hellraiser, if I start using Psy offensively, it's gonna get easier. And I might during this campaign. We'll see. I had kind of intended to in Hard Mode Campaign 2, my second campaign. It just never materialized. But if anything, I expect it will make it easier. Psy always makes it easier for the player. Put it this way, using Psy offensively can't make it harder for me. There's many turns I have soldiers standing around doing nothing. If they then have the option to psionically attack enemies, it's just gonna get easier. Auntie, wouldn't it be great if the aliens could load a game every time something went wrong for them? You land a rocket, it kills 4 aliens, and then you see a loading screen, and you're like, what the hell just happened? You're like, what? And you fire the rocket, and it misses, and then the game continues, and you're like, huh? Wait a second. Well, that's the thing. For late game enemies, it's not gonna make it harder. Because if it doesn't work against them, I won't use it against them. But I already beat it twice without using it against them. So again, it can't make it harder. It's only gonna make it easier or the same. So he's gonna come through this door. See a blaster bomb go past your guys and exit the map, breathe a sigh of relief, and then you get a loading screen. It reloads, and then the blaster bomb hits you directly, and you're like, what the? And you go to try to reload, and you can't. It saved it. Yeah. That's honestly a really good way to consider what the challenge is in actually playing an Iron Man mode. The aliens don't get to reload when something goes wrong. The AI doesn't get that option. So take that away from yourself and you'll get way better at the game. I'm not just talking hard mode, and I'm not just talking XCOM. If you're playing a game, specifically a game based on tactics and strategy, and you have the ability to play it in an Iron Man style, meaning do not save scum, I guarantee you, without fail, it will be frustrating and it will take more patience, but I guarantee that if you can do it, you will get better at the game faster than any other method of improvement that you attempt to employ. Guaranteed. Because you have to. You have to get better if your mistakes cannot be undone. There's probably something profound for that for the real world, but we're just here to play games, so. Rubed, what's going on? $20? Yeah, that might be the only 3. So, Brimcon, and that, what I'm saying is, obviously, with you account for bugs and crashes and things like that, but I don't have Iron Man toggled on for this run. I don't have the actual Iron Man option turned on. Because of exactly that. It's a mod, can run into crashes, dead ends, things like that, soft locks. I keep a secondary backup file a little bit further back than the save file. But you can still approach it in an Iron Man mindset. And again, you'll get better. Guaranteed. Now, that's not everyone's cup of tea, and that's not what everyone is after. If that's not how you enjoy the game, you know, don't do it. Enjoy the game in the way that you can. They're video games, you know. But if you're wanting to get better and you enjoy the challenge, nothing will get you better at the game faster. Alright. Party in the supply ship. Okay, so we got 2 on the far side. Ah! These allergies. I am trying desperately to not, like, really rub my eyes, but man, they are itching like crazy right now. Alright. Got him. Got him, man, got him. It's all the smoke? Probably. But if the choice was have itchy eyes or die to aliens, I'll have itchy eyes. Right. The drone has limited uses, and I'm still not likely to give up a position on the ship for a med drone just for the sake of enabling one Psi soldier. We'll see. But stamina regens on its own over time. So we'll just let it do that. Come on, scumbags. I'm not coming inside. I said that and he panicked. He's like, ah, crap. He's not coming inside. Can you get this here? Heck yeah. Good throw. Anyone else have a proxy on them? Aorn does. A 100% Brimcon, obviously. I think that's a pretty obvious one. Not to, diminish what you're saying. Absolutely. Playstyle affects how the difficulty is perceived and how it actually plays out. That's common sense, yeah. For sure, without question. Yeah, but High-X doesn't breach UFO walls, Bizarre. Doesn't do enough damage. Oh my goodness, my hotkeys, or like, my hand is just not hitting the right hotkeys today, no matter what I do. True, Bizarre, but what's the advantage over just firing at them with a high explosive or throwing a high explosive or a grenade at them? Conversation. Not trying to shut down the suggestion, just trying to think why it would be more valuable to sacrifice a costly drone instead of just using expendable ammo. Oh, they are just being annoying. You're pretty bad, sir. Anyone else need experience? Not anyone who doesn't have any. Nice. Oh, scumbag, scumbag, scumbag. How you have fallen. I think he's not on that tile. He has to be up higher. I think that one that we're seeing is probably the last ping. He was on the lower level. Oh, and there's more than one. Gotcha. Ooh, could get a live one. 2 more. Okay. I'm not risking a soldier running over here because this guy could be close enough to make it out. You know what? I don't want to send the drone over there because if I put the drone over here and an alien walks through this door and then goes around, I'm going to have to chase him all the way around to that side of the map, and I don't want to do that. There's a proxy right there. He should have been kneeling when he threw it. That was my mistake. Wow, we've used most of our deployable smoke. I don't think that would be worth giving up a spot, like a spot on the craft for something that's gonna off itself, essentially. That's a tough sell for me. Especially on an alien base, is what I was commenting to, Cursed. Like, I need everyone I can get for an alien base. A navigator. Now, that's a different, yeah. So something where you create a unit, like you have a drone launcher that spawns a unit that you can, you know, a temporary unit that you can then, like, run in to blow up. Like a spider mine. Something like that, yeah. The drone reaction fired with a smoke bomb. That's so cute. This is most likely a navigator, so he's worth getting alive if we can. And he's unarmed. Oh, he probably has a grenade in his hand, which could be devastating, but there's almost no chance that if we get these all close to him, that he doesn't go unconscious, so... Oh, you did have one. Beautiful. Sweet. are you, floater? Come on, man. Oh, he's up here. He's on that tile. He's going to the lift. We used every piece of deployable smoke that we were carrying. He went into the lift. He's on the lift, so he's going to come around this corner. Let's not let the last enemy get a kill. Didn't I just throw this smoke to somebody? Nice. He didn't get a kill. That's what we wanted. Cool. Pretty good mission. Good. Got the navigator. We're over on storage. Okay. Not going to be much more storage in this base, so... That's just the way it is. Tank chassis did survive, yeah. I stopped chucking grenades over there because I was like, well, maybe I can keep it. Maybe I can keep it. $4 million, basically. Although, we should get roughly $1 million back because we took out the packed base here. So... I agree, Andy, and it makes the player feel more involved in the effort of maintaining their equipment instead of just buying or making new stuff. And there's still work that has to be done. If you just blow everything up, you don't get the remnants to repair. And it's also basically a necessity for drones. Like, you have to be able to repair your drones, so... Hellraiser, I'll let you know what I think the first time we run into them. We're in April, but we haven't seen we've seen Snake Men in some joint, like, mixed crew missions, but we haven't seen chrysalids yet. So we'll probably get a terror mission this month, which will probably be chrysalids, and we'll kind of see what it feels like, but... Pumadine, they are, and you can toggle them on and off with tab. Even in the vanilla game, I believe that they're there. But a lot of these cities aren't. A lot of these cities are added in so that the map feels more realistic and occupied, you know, inhabited, as opposed to in the vanilla game where you only generally get major cities or 1 or 2 per nation. So, hey, what's up, Waldo? Alright, let's do Scout, Assault. Let's take a Sniper. Let's take Catnet. And let's send the Commander on a mission. Alright, Scout, Assault. That's going to be you two. Scout, Assault. Put Bjorn on as well. Let's take Talum off. Put Bjorn on. 5 lives on. Just trying to get more people experience. Catnet. Banelink. Let's put AJ Havoc on. Alright, get some more people in the field. We're gonna start getting better armor here soon, but I'm pushing towards... We have to do language, and then we're not that far from... lasers. Yeah! Maybe a longer turn timer might be better. Maybe somewhere between those two, but once I encounter them, I'll give you my feedback. Not very strong, huh? Okay. That'll work. Close enough. Oh, you were last on a... You're not a medic. Or you're not a grenadier. Had you outfitted like one. Shouldn't be necessary. Everyone carries a smoke. That's just my rules. Getting his strength up. Okay. This is a crashed excavator. I don't know if they got a base up over here or not. Because our score did not dip heavily because of the fleet, although we engaged the fleet. So that definitely helped offset it. He doesn't have a pistol, so... But the tank is not supposed to be the first one off. It's supposed to be one of the drones. There's the excavator. With where he was standing, I knew the ship had to be kind of right here, and lo and behold. That's just the way it is. Let's reset that counter. Nice. Nice job. It's a very, obviously, low chance it was a 0 shown, but I'll take that. I have too many, frontliners, too many scout assaults on this mission currently. Not even bleeding. 0? Alright. If that's how it's gonna be. Love when the pellets hit literally nothing. Yeah, like that. Sweet. Not exactly where I wanted that. You're aiming at this guy and you blew this tree apart. What are you doing? Not even close, kid. Not even close. Oh, yeah, don't shoot the commander. I'm glad you didn't. Definitely don't do that. Okay, this guy's just super tanky. Hellraiser, I think that would make sense, what you were saying about the pistol and taser pistol clips. Because even, like, in the real world, very often, a holster will have built into it the ability to hold a clip or magazine for the firearm itself. So it has a real-world precedent as well. No, we're pretty well covered. Yes, I am very sneaky, sir. Well, got rid of the tree. Got him. Uh-huh. Hit me with your best shot. Okay. Power supply is blown out. I should have been able to... there was smoke visible here. I knew immediately. I just didn't look at the right spot. This is going to be a terrible map for a grenade launcher. Hey, Cool Beans, enjoy the lurk while you work. Got a body there. Count that. Dangerously cheesy. God, I do not want to fire a grenade launcher in this terrain. Like, from over here, they're clear of trees, but they're not going to get a shot off this turn. And these trees are going to be in the way of any shot here. Yeah. Okay. All right. Safety first. Matthias, lurking refers to tuning into the stream and listening, maybe even watching, but not chatting or being necessarily active. Lurkers are what most of the chat is doing most of the time, just hanging out and watching.
Hello there.
That's a shotgun, sir. You should put that down. That's not safe. What's up, Nag? And I know some of you redeemed for soldiers. I don't have any more soldiers to name just yet, but we're about to get some into the second base. And we'll look to possibly get some more names done. Uh-huh. Figured that was going to be the case. What a shot. I like it. Trees, trees, trees. Two more bodies inside, but one of those, I don't think was the one we killed, so I'm going to count them. Nice throw. That's actually very good. All right, you keep going this way. Cyrevolt still needs experience. They're still a rookie. Oh, hello, sir. Pretty good shots. From that distance with a pistol? Break him down with the rifle. Looks like a grenade launcher shot to me. Boop! That's why I don't want to be close to the trees. Exactly that. Oh, hello. Gersh. What a predicament. Get wrecked. You want to kill this guy? That's going to be a really tough shot for the tank to make, yeah. One tapped, you son of a bitch. Illyrium clips will phase in. It's a small craft, and he's got the strongest alien weapon in the game. Heavy plasma with an Illyrium clip. It's an excavator, damn it. Ugh. You have to have a shot here. What a shit map. Yeah, the angle's not good. These trees, man. Oh my goodness. Get off me, stupid trees. One enemy. Just in the perfect position to be a nightmare. Only because he's a flying enemy, also. Explain to me again why alloy drones are locked away, because regular drones are just oh so tanky. Not like we need an upgrade. Oh my god. And then we do hit him and he survives it. Fan-damn-tastic. There's no shot here. Yeah. Now I gotta find the one that shot the other drone. Which is most likely around here somewhere. Yeah, but bleeding doesn't mean it's not a threat. Bleeding doesn't kill it. So... now you don't have enough time units. Not every throw has to have a fucking huge arc over it. Jeez. Whatever. Hit this guy too, wherever he is. Nice throw. He comes up and over that lip, he'd get popped. He's bleeding. And he's got a proxy close to him. 2 more. Okay, let's spot him. Got him. This guy's inside, standing on that tile. Might blow up some equipment, but... got him. You're still a rookie, Zyrevolt, so... you're about to have a task. Ooh, hold on. Sometimes. Now it can kill my drone. Nice. Okay, Zyrevolt's still a rookie, though. Nope, maybe they're not. They did get experience. They hit the flyer who killed the tank. Okay, cool. Not enough storage space. Okay, we're actually good for the moment. Pop another one on there. Ah. You're not, Hellraiser. If you want, you can either pick a class or you can spin the wheel. And we can get you a soldier class assigned that way. Classes are just my own implementation of inventory limits to make it more interesting. Let me catch up on anything I'm missing, by the way. So Bluegrass is back in, but as an infantry this time. Let's get that adjusted. What was that? What was that? Hey, thank you so much for the follow, Kuzdo. Welcome to the Echo. Glad to have you here. All right. Bluegrass. Coming up to infantry. Clone. Awaiting assignment. Because I didn't update this yesterday to greens. What else am I missing? Trollord in for interceptor, nag for assault. Is this color missing? There it is. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Nag for assault is on. Oh my goodness, my allergies are starting out of nowhere. Oh my goodness. Okay. We're about 2 hours in. We've got an ad break coming up in about 10 or 15 minutes, so I'm just going to go ahead and jump into that ad break a little bit early now and go blow my nose and try to get these allergies to not kick in so heavily. So stand up, stretch, get a drink, get a snack, do whatever you need to do. We'll be back in just a few to continue. We're doing good so far today. We'll see if we can keep it going. I'll be back in just a few minutes, folks. Thank you all for your patience and allowing me to take a quick break. See what other trouble we can get into for the next little while we're here tonight. We still need to see if they actually put up a base. The problem is, it could be in a number of places. Because a base can go up in an adjacent region to where they actually were seen. Alright, let's look. 2,400-ish? See what that is. Continue along the path it was taking, see if we can intercept it. Another fleet. Alright. So the problem with only having one interceptor. I could have bought a second one by now, but I was hoping to be building one. Excavator? Is this double excavator supply again? Southeast. Okay, I'm gonna splash this. I won't be able to put the other one on the deck. Okay. If the other missile had hit, I would have had 3 left for this. It'll give us a small bump in score. Yeah, tiny. 100. Southwest, but this one's heading southeast. I guess I am going to have to buy a second interceptor because I'm still a ways off from... Yeah, well, maybe not that far. We'll see. If he can touch in and get a little bit of rearmament done. Repairs? 14 hours of repairs? He took like 1% damage. So dumb. Get another grenadier on board. Scouts in front of assaults. Assault there. Let's get another heavy gunner. Cursed. And a rocketeer. Let's go Bazaar. I'm not gonna have enough grenades for 2. Okay. They're actually alright. See if this decides to touch down. Nope. As soon as I go after it, it's going fast the other direction. There's the supply ship. Let me get Sky Striker 2, which still hasn't found anything over here, to come help with patrolling. Okay, there's the small. Should probably go after the supply ship, but I only have the 2 drones, no tank. And I outfitted with double grenadier for... Now, stay on the large. Stay on the supply ship. Because it's going to land. If the excavator landed, the supply ship's going to land. Should be ready for the fact that it could be sectoids, which would include a psionic leader. You're gonna land, thank you. Ship's right there. Nope, maybe not. Just the way the hill is lined up. Alright. Reset our counter. Caves. It's sectoids. So there is a psionic leader here, which we want to capture. We don't know which one the leader will be. It's almost always still on the craft for the first portion of the mission, but there's no guarantee of that. It's a dangerous mission. Primarily because of a single alien, the psionic leader. But also, apparently, because of our soldiers' inability to land a hit. Yeah, that figures. Pretty much expected that. Ay, ay, ay. Thank you. This is dangerous. That cave is so close. I blew up that smoke grenade, though. Probably not a major deal, but... No. Explosion smoke is generally not near as dense. It'll dissipate faster, and it doesn't block vision as heavily. So smoke from explosions is generally not, don't rely on it to block you. Visually, is what it comes down to. I don't have an exact figure on it right now, but estimate it's about half as effective as a smoke grenade. Maybe less. Nice shot. Now, if we can keep some distance from the ship, psionic threat goes down, but... or not. Bjorn. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna put Bjorn up here, and they're gonna lightning rod this for us. Drop that. Drop these, drop this, drop this, drop this. And they're gonna be my lightning rod. Hopefully they continue to soak the attacks. Hey, Sundance. And if they can soak the psi attacks, that also means we know that the leader is still active. So we didn't kill the leader in the first 4 aliens we killed. Again, we didn't expect to. Generally, the leader will be on the command deck in the command room, which actually puts it fairly close to us because it's here. But, yeah. Alright. This map layout is really crap for us. We want to be over here, but it's a long way to go. Schneckman? Schneck. 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 Okay. Schneckman dead. Actually, given where the doors are on this side, we want to be, like, over here. It's a long way to move the entire crew, but it's basically what we need to try to accomplish. I need to be cognizant of the fact that there's most likely a sectoid in this cave. We have a proxy here, but it is something I need to stay ever vigilant on. Don't walk near the proxy that I literally just talked about. Do need to watch this side, too. Many much challenges. Too many close ranged. It's a supply ship. We're looking at the back of it. So doors are on this side. Sectoid supply. There's a leader present. He's already hit Bjorn, but if Bjorn lightning rods, that's going to be really good for us. Because it'll give us the opportunity to potentially stun the leader. And if we can stun the leader, we get a psionic alien, which means we get Scilab research sooner than later, and that allows us to start evaluating via psi strength. That's crazy, Donkacy. Time flies. It goes way too fast. Alright, you step here. It does mean I have some people occupied holding him in place, but you gots to do what you gots to do. Mechtoid. I do not believe that that is the leader, but yeah, leader butt. I don't have a mind probe research done. I can't identify a leader specifically, so I'm going to stun a couple, and then usually, not always, usually in my anecdotal experience, the leader is normally carrying a heavy plasma. Not always. Maybe he is always carrying a heavy plasma. I haven't looked at the loadout info myself to know for certain, but he's sleeping. He a sleepy boy. Sweet. Keep attacking. He's withstanding fairly well, which is probably a combination of distance and he may not have terrible size strength. It could be a really good sign that we have decent size strength on these soldiers overall. Okay, this cave looks pretty clear because there's a proxy there. They can't walk out this side without me knowing it. Looks clear. You know what to do.
I thought you said it was clear.
I said it looks clear.
Well, what's it look like now?
Never tell me the odds.
That's not the right one, Jat. You have failed me for the last time. I need that voice line on our soundboard. Vader's, you have failed me for the last time when these soldiers fuck up.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Smoke.
Hey, Rectoid. Nope. Nope. You are part of the Rebel Alliance and a traitor. Take it away.
Get dunked upon, little great dude.
Little great dude. Yes, indeed, cursed. I'm gonna try to find some time, maybe Sunday or Monday, to adjust the soundboard. Put some new stuff on, take some old stuff off. Not everyone engages with the soundboard, but it is fun. And I like having it there as an option. Yeah, Hellraiser. Let me look at that. Open that up and look at that a little bit more later, but yeah, definitely. Dude, I've been saying this for ages. The sound of sectopods and reapers walking needs to be changed. Reapers walk around and it's like tip, 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 tap, 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 tap. They're like a giant furry monstrosity. Should have some thump to their footsteps. And the sectopods, They walk around and it sounds like a soldier. Ding, 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 ding. No! Needs to sound more powerful, heavier, you know? It doesn't match the model at all. That's always driven me crazy. That's not a hard mode thing. That's just a XCOM thing. Yeah, I know what you meant. It made me think of that. I know what you were talking about, but it brought that to mind when I was thinking of sound effects and how they affect and are perceived. This is the corner to be in. Oof. All right, I'm not gonna like it, but now, as more soldiers get close to the ship, to the UFO, it's very possible one of them gets mind controlled or something. We have to just be ready for the fact that that's a possibility. I mean, they put an MC on Bjorn already, or a psi attack on him, so they don't have to see him. As soon as they know that he's aware or present. Yeah, I'm not sure on, like, soldier call and response, you know, stuff like that, because it gets a little tedious in some games, but could be great. Consider we played Dark Descent, Aliens Dark Descent. The soldier responses there were the most annoying thing in that game, outside of the game's failing as a game, which was quite extensive. Yeah, it would need to be something that could be turned off by the player. 100%. But sitting there literally having our motion scanner, you know, motion tracker beeping, and then a soldier going, "It's quiet. Too quiet." And you're like, no, what the fuck? It isn't. It is not quiet at all. They're headed our way! And they're literally going the opposite direction. It would be an interesting idea, but it would also be something that starts to feel like clutter. Like you're just adding stuff, kind of to add stuff, in a way. Just my 2 cents. You're assuming we have any, Cursed. You think I thought that far ahead? Come on, man. There's a small chance that's the leader. I don't think it is. Double Grenadier wasn't the optimal choice. We were originally going to go after the excavator, but we try to be adaptive. Door guards are holding their positions. Center guard, okay. Not gonna do it. Slow and steady. You don't have a very diverse loadout, so... I don't want to be shooting this way, because a missed shot clips someone down there, and, yeah. They're basically just a fallback if the drone gets popped. Which is likely to happen, given we're actually fairly low on smoke. Catnet. All right. Okay. Catnip's not a threat to themselves or others. That could have been the leader, actually. But I doubt it. If the psi attack happened and they came out and moved, probably not, but that could have been. It's not overly likely, But it is a possibility. Also, pick this up. Because this is the one that was standing here. So if he ran all the way here and did a side, I don't think that was the leader. But it could have been. It's not like it'll be the last chance we ever get to get a psionic alien. Honestly, it's the first chance we've gotten. So, it's not that big of a deal if we don't get one here. It would just be nice. Now then. Okay. Let's hold off on that. He shot at the drone. I'm gonna guess you're not the leader, but... I don't have that many stun grenades, so... I don't really like the prospect of him living for a turn if that doesn't knock him out, but I don't really want to use double stun grenade on him. Again, I don't have that many. Okay. I didn't check the other door, which was a completely blatant mistake. Just short, okay. No one outside. Okay, nope, that's not what I meant to do, but... Let's see how good this arm is, Hellgraph. Hell yeah! Now I can use them a little more freely, because I have a delivery method. Now I'm going to stun every alien I see that I have the opportunity to do so. I'm going to let you lightning rod towards the middle. Pass these down. Now we're cooking with mayonnaise. We're hoping to see another side ping go off to indicate that the leader is still active and that this wasn't him. But again, the leader normally stays up in the command room until very late in the mission. Again, it's not always. That's not a hard and fast, but...
Oh. It's not exactly where I needed it to be, but, you know.
And this is most likely just a soldier or an engineer with a shotgun. Nice throw. So Sierra is the perfect position because they can get that tile. Booshki. Sweet. Oh, what an arm. Oh, what an arm. Nope. Missed with that one. Maybe I didn't. Oh, okay. I thought they missed, but... they didn't. Nice. Alright. He's gonna stay asleep for a while. Oh, I left my drone just like out here. That was stupid of me. Nothing that I remember explicitly at this exact moment. I'm sure it's happened, Olsen, but problems with, not enough that I've made note of it. Sweet. The leader's still alive. Dangerous, but he's alive. Unfortunately, he targeted the person who is in the position I preferred the most. Okay. Drop, 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 drop. Nothing primed, nothing armed. He does have a primed stun grenade in his hand, but if he stuns a bunch of our people, it's not as bad as if he kills a bunch of our people. So, you know. Sticks one way, half a dozen the other. I am surprised that they got pinged and not them. Might mean that the leader's one of these. There we go. Okay. That's fine, Olsen. If I can lightning rod him onto somebody and then encroach into the UFO, it shouldn't be too big of a deal, even if he doesn't move out. Once I eliminate a few more of his lackeys. Oop. That was bound to happen eventually. Hold on to that. I just don't want them running into the UFO, but they can't do anything offensively against us. We are on aggro turn, so I'm surprised nothing else is walking out of the craft at this point. Well, you're not a leader. Not one I care about. Good. He can't be a leader, even Snake Man, because can't be a leader on a secondary craft, like when he's the secondary occupant. Just soldiers when they're the mixed crew accompaniment. Not right where I wanted it, but... Come on. Oh, he stood up. Hey. Still nap time, kid. We know he's not the leader, but... Still... possible that it's a medic, engineer, navigator, and worth a capture, so... I should have moved catnipped. They weren't berserk that turn. I didn't see the pop-up that said Jat went berserk, but apparently they did. Don't think that's the leader with a shotgun, but... Well, I don't think Jack got Psy attacked. Maybe they did, but I thought the Psy attack landed here, but obviously they're right next to each other, so it's hard to say. The problem now is that Jat is armed, and we can't do much about it other than stun them, which is probably what we need to do. I need... Sweet. Good. Shit, I didn't see that one. Okay, that one is most likely a medic with the small launcher in hand. I wonder what kind of projectiles it has in the launcher. Overshot. Doesn't matter now. Good. And this one stayed alive. And unspoiled. Good. That didn't go down. It's a shotgun. Okay, he got a stun grenade on us, but it only knocked out one person. And thankfully he didn't shoot us, so... That could have been a lot worse. We know the leader's still active. You're not a leader. Good. That's not a leader. He moved out and shot. No way he had the time units. One more? Almost. Got him. You. Yeah, you got knocked out. I wonder how close they are to going unconscious, because... Okay, I'm just gonna do this. Gotta make sure they go down. I can always get stun grenades over to my crew from here, so I'm not short on them. Of course, if you miss, that doesn't exactly help. Okay. Hey, T-Nav, good to see you. Good. Jad's down. Okay. That attack will land somewhere else now, but... That could be the leader. No way there was vision that he was shooting at the drone. You little fucker. He was shooting at the drone and clipped him. Son of a bitch. Doesn't that figure? Okay, I don't have a stun grenade ready, and that could very well be the leader. That's not, but that could be. Alright, I need you to prime this and land it. Fuck! Okay. Nice throw. Not enough. Not enough time units. Son of a bitch. Alright, he's got one underneath him and one right there. Surely that's enough. I'm gonna put the drone over here so that if he shoots at it, his shots go this way. That could be the leader. Fuck all. What do I do? Alright, get back in. Good. That one's down. What? Fuck. Whoa! 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 Hold on! Fuck! I want to know if that's the leader, but... You're not the leader. There's another little shit with a pistol. Come on. Damn it. Range. This is super dangerous. I really hope this isn't the leader, but... don't have a choice. Fuck, there's one at the door. I should have relayed grenades over instead of shooting so much. I probably could have gotten something done. Let's see. First, throw this. Okay. Too far. That did knock him out. Of course it had a shotgun. The leader is still up, so we know that the leader's not one of the ones that's down, because he's still up and active. And this little fucker with a pistol went inside, apparently. That's the little shit with a pistol. Neither of those is the leader. Thank God for armored vests. I don't know how many are left. Damn it. I don't think that's the leader. And I'm really not inclined to leave him alive that close to me. AJ's like, I'm a freaking grenadier. Why am I having to hold the damn motion track? Just because that's what happens. Deal. Leader's still up. And maybe one of the maybe the last one. Nope. There's at least a couple more. Well, I'm gonna try something I don't normally do, but Prime 1? I don't like this, but it's seldom about what I like. Didn't get one. I'm doubtful you're the leader, but at this point, everyone gets one. Please don't get shot in the back. Second step. You know, missing by one tile doesn't seem like much, but oh my god! I can't prime and throw these now. He's not outside. Nothing close. Okay. Alright. Prime. Short. Screwed that up. Didn't need to pick up the smoke that turn. I'm taking you home alive, you little shit. Just accept it. Come with me, or there will be trouble. Where are you? Alright. Get that in the correct hand. Missed. Yeah, can't throw a grenade with the door behind you closed. Don't go this side. And don't make me come in after you, you little turd. It's over. You've lost. Just give it up. They're going to this door. Tell me if you see anything. How the fuck did you have the energy to go that far? Out of range? God, you're weak. You're not that weak. Come on. I hope he goes down. The reality is if Catnip goes down, it sucks. Don't like losing soldiers, but they're obviously psionically compromised, so... It's what it's. Good. Tell me if that was the leader. Soldier. Kind of expected. Well, you might die, but again, no, probably not. Given that's where I see an enemy. Leader! We can kill the last thing. I don't fucking care about it. No! Why, not clicking over there, you dumbass. We're just getting him out of the line of fire. The last alien is most likely something like a navigator, though, so, or an engineer. It's probably still worth trying to capture alive. So. I'm probably gonna have to dump out of my containment, on this mission. Which will just sell soldiers. Alright. He's coming around to the door. He just came out the door over here. Probably. He's right there. Nice job. Whew, good mission. Sucks we lost Dee Dee, but we got a leader. Catnip's got 10 bravery. We got 2 psi strength on Bjorn and Catnip, so a little bit of improvements there as well. 2 navigators and a leader. Don't really care about the soldiers. We're over on storage, probably by a little bit. Transfer to Wet Nose. Dee Dee, thank you for your service. In service of capturing a live sectoid leader. Good job. Oh, that's huge. Alright. Let me get Dee Dee marked for a clone. Dee Dee is on number 2. And orange status. Cloned awaiting to be assigned. Cloned, awaiting to be assigned. Alright. Covier should also be in the same status. I just haven't updated it yet. Cloned, awaiting to be assigned. And Bluegrass switched to infantry. Ashikura. Let fate decide. Yeah, let's take a look. Looks like engineer. Welcome to the party, pal. Ashakura. Awaiting assignment. Nice. I mean, that just shows that capturing live aliens is just that dangerous, especially psionics. But getting a sectoid leader this early means that as soon as I start moving towards these lasers... I'm pulling up the tech tree real quick. Bear with me. Lasers are still the priority, but... Giggity butt. So with a psionic alien, psionics tree, Illyrium, mind probe, we don't even need. Alien threat, psionic alien interrogation, psionics, and then we just have to interrogate a medic and an engineer, and we can build the psi lab, which will allow us to psionically evaluate our soldiers. I think we might be able to evaluate their psi strength as soon as we research psionics, but it may require the lab to be built as well. I don't remember, or if that's been changed. Dov, let's get you a soldier spin as well. Okay, I might have an overage of medics. Bear with me. I do. I actually have too many medics, so we're going to respin that one. Game, I just said, okay, rocket's probably okay. Honor as a rocketeer, awaiting assignment. All right, bear with me 1 second. Looking at this tree to make sure I don't miss anything. Okay. We are crowded on storage here. This is why. Oh, that helps. Remember, in hard mode, you can't make alien alloys like you can in the normal game, so they are that much more valuable. And they're also used for so many more things, including your ground-based laser weapons. So, you need them. They're gonna hurt that with the terror mission at some point, and it's most likely gonna be a terror mission with Schneckman. God, that track is good. Okay. Start with these two. Could honestly do just about anything. Except assaulter. Probably infantry. Maybe heavy gunner? Let's tag him as infantry. Ugh. Engineer. Maybe. If they even stick around. Assault? Probably. That's an assault or a scout. Sniper. I need some snipers. That looks like an infantry or a medic. Medic or engineer? So if anyone's curious what stat profiles I'm indicating for what's good for what class. Good reactions, but not the highest reactions. And decent melee accuracy and strength. That's what I'm looking for assaults. High reactions. I generally want better stamina and time units, but super high reactions. And that's the default for scouts. High firing accuracy, obviously, for snipers. Infantry and medic. For medic, I'm looking for good bravery, good health, and good stamina. Infantry is kind of the mid-road, and that's where a lot of these stats are. Medic engineer, they've got the bravery for a medic, but they've got the throwing accuracy for an engineer. Probably medic, but we'll see. That's an engineer. Their only standout stat is throwing accuracy. Everything else is kind of meh. Infantry or scout, they have super good stamina. So, I'm actually going to probably tag that scout. Middle of the road, infantry, maybe heavy gunner. They've got enough strength. Like, what are you doing? I gotta figure out on that one. Probably infantry. Maybe sniper. No, that's a heavy gunner. Heavy gunner rocketeer. That's what I do with this one. Grenadier. Infantry grenadier. Same thing. Scout assault. Engineer. Sniper. That's a long name. They have high strength, but I do need some snipers. Medic. Medic grenadier? Possibly. Medic. I can't type. Really? Engineer. Infantry. Nope, that's probably an assault, actually. Better than 50 here and decent strength. Yeah, that's a good assault. I'll get them all named probably between sessions, but we'll see. Start making alloy vests. I've got the money now. They're not wearing it, so it now takes up storage space. It's the dumbest thing. Engineers are pistol and throwing items. Throwing grenades, high explosives. Grenadier is grenade launchers. The actual launcher weapons. Engineers get all kinds of throwables. Stun grenades, damaging grenades, proximity grenades, and they use a pistol for ranged engagement. And then Grenadiers use the grenade launchers, and eventually the small launchers. Knock that out real quick. Southern Africa, not huge, about 130, 150, rather. Southeast Asia, there's no base there, we checked. Siberia, we did not see a base. That's what we just dealt with. Let's send Sky Striker 2 back up here and just do some patrolling. Very small. Gotcha, bitch. Leave them Canadians alone. Leave them fishes alone. No, don't outrun me, you little shit. You get back here when I'm shooting at you. You little bastard! I've had about enough of your shit! You little fucker! They did not get a base up. If they did, we would have seen it. So that must have been a different mission type that just... Maybe it was a lab ship and not a battleship that was on the ground. But we took out a lab ship. Maybe it was 2 lab ships. The decoding of the alien language was more than a challenge for a group of our best scientists and hackers. It seems to be a mixture of at least 7 original languages merged together over a long period of time. With this basic knowledge now in our hands, we could start investigating the computer-like device we found in the UFOs. An alien prisoner familiar with those devices, explaining the basic functions, is needed. I already did that, bro. Okay, do I have to do another interrogation after language? Alright, hold on. It's Illyrium. That's what I haven't researched yet. Okay. Lost a little bit from flyovers. I don't think they have a base active, and if they do, I haven't found it, which is surprising. We're late in the month. Do I want to pay for scientists or engineers for only that short amount of time? Not really, but when do I ever get what I want? I mean, it's possible, but I don't know if you ever would. To do all the research? I mean, research takes at least twice as long in hard mode. And often longer than that. Yeah, I'm gonna double dip on their salaries, that's fine. I need the research to go faster, so... Large going 480? Is that a terror ship? Supply. Supplies! Bam, bam. It seems like supply ships are just more common and more mission types now. Would be my guess, Cursed. They just happen more frequently. You might be lightning rodding this again. If it's sectoids again. You should have had an armored vest on at least. I didn't mean to, yeah. They should have at least had an armored vest, but... There's the ship. Alright, I gotta deploy kind of quickly here to see if it's sectoids. Alright. Who was the other person that was weak that got attacked? It was Cool Dan, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Fuck if I can remember. Jack got attacked and actually got controlled. Yeah, I don't know if it's sectoids, so I'm trying to... They're more likely to use what's in their hands, so... They'll throw a smoke or something like that, most likely. If it's sectoids. Maybe it's Snake Men. It is April. We haven't had an actual Snake Man ship yet, and this is their arrival month. Could be floaters, still. That's always, obviously, a possibility as well. I'm really surprised there's not any of them outside these doors already. Okay. Not ideal. Yeah, I figured that was gonna happen. No damage. Alright, we know you were weak. You were a full lightning rod for that. Jat was weak, too. Low percentage. Let's take the shot. It might have been Cool Dan who got hit by that one. We heard a terrestrial door open, so we know there's somewhere over there in a building. I mean, it's a muton. It's a muton berserker. So, it does exist now, yeah. Fixed on both counts. Sword sectoids. It's exactly what I wanted to see. A twofer. Fuck that building. Get wrecked. Damn it. Too many trees in the way here. This could go badly. It only killed one, but it went fine. How about this guy? Alright. 3 dead? Someone over here has a shotgun. Nope, not a shotgun. I don't like it! Stop shooting at me! Mean. Where's my other drone? Right here. Someone's gonna walk out. I did not tell you to go inside, sir. I don't know what the fuck he was doing. I did. Obviously, I clicked it. It wasn't intentional. That's annoying.
It's like a scumbag yard sale. We should come down here once a week and clean house.
Agreed. I don't like this. Great thing is I don't have to like it. Because he couldn't get the proximity grenade over there. Bizarre. It was bizarre. Okay, yeah. That tracks. Hit him. Didn't drop him. I would much rather this tank be out here because of its ability to clear out a lot of that shit that's in the way. But wish in one hand and all that jazz. Who is shooting at me that I'm completely unable to see? He can see me, but I can't. Hello? What are we doing, game? Are they invisible? Okay, that is so frustrating. The drone never gets vision, but they see him the whole way, even through the smoke. How did we never see him? That's so dumb. Really? Now this is way harder without a drone. All I've got is the tank. Both my drones are dead to complete absurdity. And that's not the only one. There's something else that was shooting at the drone from the... Are you kidding me? You're taking the piss, game. Really? Stop hitting the ground. This proxy's not going to do anything because he doesn't have to move. He's just going to shoot the tank. And he has a shotgun, so he's very likely going to kill the tank. Fine. The proxy I threw like 2 turns ago. Got that guy. Smoke grenade. Perfect. No, just kill the little shit. Not that I care. Yeah, fuck you, game. Those guys are just right on top of me. Do you have the shot? No. I didn't think he did, but... Whatever. Hi. Hold on. Good. All right, proxy. Well, if they come out of the ship, we'll know it at least. I need you on resupply. Yeah, I know. They're just having a little mental breakdown. They'll be alright. Don't worry about them. Just gonna block the door. Actually, I'm gonna stand on... Shut up. Stand on these weapons, so they don't have access to them. Yeah. Okay. They don't have access to any weapons now, so... About half, less than half the enemies are dead. Or disabled. There's another one. Found you, you little shit. Don't panic, it's gonna be alright. We're not gonna kill you. Much as we want to. I mean, what? One-handed. Very nice. Good job. He's bleeding, but he's also using a heavy plasma. That's close to him. Not enough to throw that. Okay, I need you Show me the way. It's not going to be able to throw this because standing up takes an inordinate amount of time units. Dog knocking stuff over. This one's primed still. Interesting here. Look at where the death is. So, an enemy set off this proximity. They had to step into this tile. If they died, there's still probably an enemy in this tile that's bleeding, but not dead. So if we hear a pop there, we probably hear a double kill go off. Didn't go down. But he didn't kill my tank either, so. Hold up. Okay. I don't care if he's alive. Well, I tried, but... Can we kill Neo, please? Didn't die, and he's close. Not aiming to hit anything there, just clear out some of this stuff. Okay, he's down, though. That's in position. You're not that strong. You're stronger. Drop that. Pick this up. Step this way. You step back. Pick this up. Step this way. Alright, for the time being, I need you standing on this pile. Stop running. Get out of here, fly. Ain't got no time for that shit. Need a proxy on the far door. Good. $14, so 9 or 10 left. 10 left. Less than 10 left at this point. Panic but no movement is way better. They're not running. Gonna clear that building. That was an unfortunate throw. That was better. Didn't kill anything, but looks clear. There was a proxy over there. That's a really good soldier that's about to
You
die.
said clear.
I said it looks clear.
What's it look like now?
I thought that proxy went off ages ago. Obviously, it didn't.
Looks clear.
Depending on how many of those wounds were fatal wounds that are on them, but we might be able to save them. That's gonna suck. That's a good soldier. I do more damage to myself than the aliens do. That's not new. Didn't even see it on the map. I just didn't remember there was a proximity over there. I threw a proximity at this door. I didn't remember throwing one at this door. Obviously, I did. Okay. They're alive for the moment. No, it wasn't a miss. Sundance, mine probes probably lower priority. Are you're playing hard mode? Because the first thing you want to get to is lasers, which means you need to do you need to do a live alien interrogation, alien language, Illyrium, and then the data slate, which you have to get from a lab ship. If you don't have a data slate, that's what you need to get next. If you don't have a data slate next, go for armor. The first things you could research at the beginning of the campaign should be motion scanners and drones and but yeah. Not knowing exactly where you're at in yours, it's hard to give a great answer. Good. Generally, my feeling is that your first priority is to get to lasers as quick as possible. All right. Laser pistols are garbage. You want to go further than that. Laser pistols are just not worth it. They're not good. And personal armor is probably fine. I don't normally rush it that early, because I find that armor is often unreliable at best. I think offense is generally better than defense. I mean, they're not as bad as they are in Classic, but they're no masterpiece of engineering. They might be just as bad as they are in Classic, because I remember Hellraiser saying something to the effect of not changing pistols except for adding auto shot to the ballistic pistol, so they might still be absolute trash. I don't know. The tank laser cannons are good, yes. But your ground force weapons are probably more important. If you're already... Also, again, I need to clarify, are you playing hard mode or vanilla? Because that changes a lot of things. If you're just playing the base game, way different answers. I knew there was something still out on the map. That's why I sent the tank back out here. I knew there was something back here still. You little shit. I guess I should have voiced that, you know, said out loud. I'm sending the tank back out here because I'm pretty sure there's something still out here. Well, FMP and hard mode don't work together because they're basically two mods trying to do similar things. None of the items introduced in FMP are balanced for hard mode. So if you're trying to do both together, it's not going to work very well. Yes, Jat, as in to voice something, as in to give voice to a thought. Okay, final mod pack with FMP extension mod tweak. Okay, if you're trying to do that, you said hard mode expansion testing using FMP also. They're not going to work well together, in my experience. There are items introduced in FMP that are not in any way balanced or designed to work in hard mode. So you'll get a completely different experience. Well, it's been about proxies again, which is often the case. I mean, Cursed, I may just be jaded, but I find the idea of a challenge mode that's based on essentially what was a bug not super appealing to me, but, you know, to each their own. I mean, it's also, hard mode is a challenge mode. Like, does it need more? Really? So... Navigator and a medic, and they're the only things left. I should probably try to capture them and get rid of soldiers that are in containment, but they're... Well, that was a snake, man. So, that wasn't what I was expecting. That wasn't what I was expecting at all. Once again, here I am, stuck in the middle. I think there's one enemy left, and it's either a medic or a navigator. We're not gonna pull... Fuck you. We're not going to pull as much money off of this one. Given we've blown up quite a few with proxies, but I did not mean to prime that. Oh, there's another one. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. You pass that down the line? Thank you. Cool. Didn't lose any soldiers. That's good. Oh. Size strength. Look at that. +4. Still made $1.5 million, even after the drone repairs. We blew up one of the drone chassis, though. I use multiple backups. I don't want something crashing on us. All right. We are doing okay. There's still going to be a terror mission most likely this month. We don't have the ability to stop it. We just don't have an Air Force that's aggressive yet. We focused on 2 Sky Strikers first. But we're going. I don't think they got a base up. That must have either been a lab ship on the ground or it was a battleship tied to a different mission type. But good score coming up. Even if we have a bad terror mission, we're still going to finish the month with good score. We almost lost another soldier to my own proximity grenade, but Cool Dan pulled through. They'll be out for 20 days, but they're alive. I've got more soldiers to name. We'll get a second crew going in the second Sky Striker shortly. We're good on money. About half of that is going to go to our monthly maintenance, which is about 4 million. No, 5 million. Almost 5 mil, so, which is normal for hard mode, so. We are doing okay. Today's Thursday. Probably not live tomorrow, but we'll be back Saturday morning continuing this campaign of XCOM hard mode expansion, excuse me. So, lots to look forward to. Thank you all for hanging out. I had an awesome time this evening. Thank you for the good times, good vibes, and good conversations. As always, thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to entertain you and choosing to spend some of your time here with me tonight. You guys are awesome, and I'll see you all next time, right here in the Echo, where each and every one of us has a voice. Good night. God bless. Be good people. I'll see you later, folks. Adios.